Good afternoon, everyone. I'd like to call the City of Santa Clara Council and Authorities concurrent meeting to order. Roll call, please, Assistant City Clerk.
Councilmember Watanabe.
Here.
Councilmember Shahal.
Present.
Councilmember Vice Mayor Hardy.
Present.
Councilmember Park.
Here, present.
Councilmember Jane.
Here.
Councilmember Becker.
Here.
And Mayor Gilmore.
Here.
Thank you. Madam Mayor, I need to read an announcement.
Okay, go ahead.
Given that we have moved to complete virtual meetings, our agenda template was altered and inadvertently left off the ADA compliance language, which I will read into the record at this time. In accordance with the Americans with Disabilities Act of 1990, the City of Santa Clara will ensure that all existing facilities will be made accessible to the maximum extent feasible. Reasonable modifications in policies, procedures, and/or practices will be made as necessary to ensure full and equal access for all individuals with a disability. Upon request by a person with a disability, agendas and written materials distributed during the meeting that are public record will be made available in an appropriate alternative format. Contact the City Clerk's office at 1-408-615-2220 with your request for a copy of the agenda or other written materials. Individuals with disabilities who require disability-related modification or accommodation, including auxiliary aids or services, should contact the city at 1-408-615-2220 to allow the city to provide reasonable accommodations to provide as much accessibility as possible. We will adjust our agenda template to reflect this language moving forward. Thank you, Mayor.
Okay, thank you very much for that. Next, we have public comment, and the public can comment on items in closed session. Do we have any public members?
I do not see any public comments.
I actually don't see any public members. Do we have any public members?
Yes, we're checking one other location, Mayor.
I on my screen, I'm not able to see anybody, so.
We have a member, Bob O'Keefe, that would like to speak.
Okay, and will you tell me if there's public members? Because I can't see.
Yes, hold on one. Derek is enabling his speaking at the moment.
Okay, thank you.
Can you hear him?
No. I can't hear anything.
Okay, the audio is not going into the closed session number.
Derek is hooking up the mic now to allow
Hey,
him
Bob,
to speak.
give us 1 second. We're actually having a little bit of technical difficulties. Hold on 1 second. Hey, Bob, we do hear you. Give us 1 second for me to, I'm having a little bit of technical difficulties. Bear with us 1 second. We will allow you to speak. Hey, Bob, can you try again for us? Let's see if we can hear you now.
Wonder if Nora can read his comment into the record for us if. Nora?
Hi, Nadine. I'm providing Bob and Kirk Bartan another number to call into.
Okay, thank you.
Hey, Bob, sorry about that. We're going to need to actually provide you with a phone number to dial in. It looks like, yeah, we're having some technical difficulties. Do apologize. Bear with us here. We're going to provide that to you and other public speakers.
Can any of you hear me? Cool. Thank you.
Yeah, we can hear you, Anthony.
Thank you.
Should we sing happy birthday to Karen?
It's actually my husband's birthday today. But he's not even here. Yeah, I was gonna say, well, we're burning up time. I'll take the thought.
It's recorded and shared to the public so that he can hear it later.
If you would like to speak on this item, please call the number listed on the screen and use the meeting ID listed below. And the passcode is 720759. Again, the passcode is 720759.
You said it two different ways. Can you say it the third time?
Yeah,
You did the last two numbers different.
720759.
Did you say 720759? Passcode.
Yes.
Okay. Is there a secret word too? This is difficult to get in.
I guess I should tell you guys now that Granicus is down too, so I'm waiting to hear from IT what the impacts might be. They're trying to fix it. Sorry.
If members of the public will also like to submit their comments via email, you may submit it to publiccomment@santaclaraca.gov, and we can also read it into the record. That's publiccomment@santaclaraca.gov.
Are we on a different frequency for open session? Or are we gonna have the same issue?
It'll be fine for open session. This is just because it's closed session.
Madam Mayor,
Mhm.
I
Yeah.
did receive an email at that email address that Simrith just called out. Would you like me to read that?
Sure.
And I don't have a name who it's from, so it's an anonymous. It says, after the lengthy discussion at last week's meeting, I'm happy to see that the requested closed session conference with legal counsel on the CVRA appeal was added to the agenda. I remain concerned, however, about the legal advice the city is receiving from its city attorney. At the last meeting last week, the city attorney attempted to suggest that several members of the city council had a conflict of interest on this litigation. His commentary was highly speculative, and it appeared that he had not conducted the research that would be necessary to determine whether or not any council member had an actual conflict of interest on this item. This speculation is unacceptable. The city is actively engaged in the appeal of the CVRA lawsuit. The election was held over a month ago. The results were clear the day after the election, and the election was certified on December 3rd. If the city attorney had any concern about a potential conflict of interest on this issue for any of the council members, he had plenty of time to resolve those concerns. In fact, he should have been prepared with this analysis weeks ago so that if the council did need an urgent update on this issue, any conflict of interest concerns would have already been resolved. In fact, it is clear that the city attorney had no real concern with potential conflicts of interest because he said many times that he was willing to meet with any council member individually about this issue to answer their questions. As the city attorney knows, if an elected official has a conflict of interest, that official cannot receive any non-public information about that issue. It does not matter if that information is delivered in a closed session conference or through an individual meeting. Moreover, the suggestion to have individual meetings rather than a closed session conference runs the risk of violating the Brown Act's prohibition against serial meetings. While it is certainly possible for the city attorney to meet individually with council members in order to answer questions or provide information regarding a matter that is within the subject matter jurisdiction of the city council, there is a risk that he might inadvertently reveal the comments or positions of other council members. The safer course is to provide that information to all council members in a closed session conference. If the city attorney remains concerned that campaign spending, either directly or through PACs or positions expressed during campaigns, create conflicts of interest, I trust that he will apply these standards to every issue that comes before the council and provide an analysis in advance for all such issues rather than engage in speculation during council meetings. End of comment.
All right, do we have anyone else that has called in or?
We have our council meetings showing up at all online? Is this-
Yes, they are.
Yes, they are.
That I've been able to confirm with IT that they are available. And people, members of the public can log on through Facebook, our YouTube channel, channel 15, as well as the website.
And so for some reason, we can't go to the public right now? Should we take a break till you figure it out and come back?
We can, yeah, with Mayor, we can take a 5-minute break.
Okay, we're gonna take a break, everyone. Till they figure out how to get the public on.
That's good.
Sorry.
I'm sorry, this is Kevin. Do you have a name on who provided that public input that you just read?
There was no name provided.
Okay, thank you.
Mhm.
think we're getting close.
So I want to provide the council with a brief update. Bob O'Keefe was going to submit an email after the last email was submitted, but he's decided to call. So we're waiting for him to call in. So that's been what some of the delay has been.
We don't have any email. I don't have an email.
He was going to submit an email to Nora to read into the record. And they've called him to provide him with a phone number. And so we're waiting for him to call in.
Simran, do you have another update, or is that we're just waiting for Bob?
We're just waiting for Bob. He's on the phone with Simrith right now.
Okay.
I hear something.
I've asked if Bob can just call Nora or Simrat directly and we put him on speakerphone just as a one-time remedy. It appears as if the security for the closed session Zoom that we're using, they've never contemplated a public speaker, which is why they had to try the workaround that obviously didn't work.
Normally we go into a regular meeting and then come out and then go into closed session and come out.
And because we started with closed session, we started with a different Zoom approach that didn't have the call-in.
We're gonna know for next time for sure.
We will. I asked them if they can just have Bob call in and put him on speakerphone so we can hear what he has to say.
Was there anybody else?
No.
Here's an update. Bob wants me to just read it into the record. So we're gonna turn everything back on. It'll be just a moment. Okay, we are back on. I will read into the record email from Bob O'Keefe received Tuesday, December 15th at 1:26 p.m. I had planned on speaking on several items on the agenda for today's council meeting. On review of the posted agenda, I have some concerns. I believe that if this meeting were to proceed, it would be in violation of the Americans with Disabilities Act. The governor's executive order number Order N-29-20 attached, the Brown Act and the Bagley-Keene Act. All of the mentioned acts, laws, orders are very specific on accessibility requirements and reasonable requests for modification or accommodations for persons with disabilities participating in public meetings. In the attached Governor's Executive Order N-29-20 dealing with virtual public meetings, I have highlighted the areas on page 3 that require the City of Santa Clara to implement a procedure to deal with ADA requests for reasonable accommodation or modification and to post that procedure on the agenda for the given meeting. Upon review of the agenda for today's meeting, that information is missing and is not available to persons with disabilities who may wish to participate. I have also attached a copy of an agenda from the City of San Jose, who is having a virtual council meeting today that is in compliance with the executive order and ADA laws as an example. It is imperative that the City of Santa Clara conducts public business in accordance with the law. One of the items I was going to speak on was during public comment for the closed session item pertaining to the CVRA lawsuit. It would be ironic, hypocritical, and unlawful to proceed with that item which deals with the city violating the California Voters' Rights Act during a meeting that violates the Americans with Disabilities Act and the governor's executive order. Proceeding with today's council meeting is not only unlawful, it also exposes the city to possible civil liability and litigation for violating ADA laws. I believe that the best remedy would be to cancel today's meeting and reschedule, renotice the agenda items in compliance with the governor's executive order to a future date. I appreciate your attention to this matter. Bob O'Keefe. End of comment.
Okay, City Attorney?
I can
Order and ADA.
Would you like me to respond?
Oh, go ahead, Brian.
Yeah, so Sue and I did take a look at this, and the notice is out of compliance with the ADA. So the notice of the meeting is out of compliance with the ADA. We did remedy that earlier today by providing the proper notice that the clerk read and showed on the screen to the public. I believe that was to the public, right, Nora? The public could hear and see what you did?
Yes, that's correct. Yes.
Okay, so I think that was one remedy. The issue of whether or not to cancel a closed session or some other item on the basis of this defect is really would depend on whether or not someone has been prejudiced under the ADA, because the remedy under the ADA for violation of the Brown Act would depend on whether there was in fact a person who had rights under the ADA to have accommodation and was unable to obtain that because of the defect in the notice. So in terms of, for example, the closed session item, I'm not going to say that you have to continue that matter. You can hear the matter. It's just that if an action were to be taken in closed session under that item, and then a disabled person came forward and said, I wanted to speak on that before you took action, and I was not able to because I did not see the notice in time to be able to receive the accommodation, it's possible, legally possible, for a court to say you would have to undo that action or redo that action, excuse me, within 30 days. So that's about all I can say about this. So I don't know whether factually there is a person out there that would have been prejudiced by not having the notice, but we've made every attempt to remedy the situation by providing the notice.
Can I ask you, City Attorney, you just talked about closed session. What about open session?
Even open session as well. So the issue is not per se anything is not valid. The issue is whether there was a disabled person who was prejudiced by the fact that they were not able to avail themselves of an accommodation. And so, so many factors would be involved, but we can't say that per se you can't have the meeting. I mean, plenty of public meetings have been held where people have alleged a violation of the Brown Act, and if no one complains about it, then the actions are valid.
Council members, Councilmember Watanabe.
Thank you, Mayor. City Attorney, I mean, my concern, and maybe this is a question that could be answered. I mean, when our meetings are posted, and I mean, they're required to be given 72 hours notice. As a result, I mean, this has not been posted within 72 hours. It's just been posted now, which is not giving adequate notice to be applicable to the ADA requirements. And also, because it has just been brought to our attention, my concern is going forward, and that, like you just said, you know, decisions that are made may be tainted as a result and need to be rescheduled. So I am concerned, and from that perspective.
City Manager.
I just want to remind the city council that the city's website where people would go to retrieve information is ADA compliant, where people can receive information as well as information about the city council agenda. The matter is that the ADA language is traditionally held in the chambers where people can review it, and was not posted on the agenda as we went to Zoom. We've remedied it, and if people visited the agenda through our website, then our website is compliant with ADA.
So our website's compliant with ADA.
It is, and it gives instructions for people. So if someone went onto the city's website for access to information, it gives instructions to people that need assistance to how to acquire that information and make special requests or just general requests from the city. So there are instructions, as well as the city's website is ADA compliant.
Does that comply with the governor's orders, or do you have to have it on the agenda?
The information that Nora remedied this evening with by reading out loud is generally in the city council chambers for people to get instructions and information of how to receive additional resources to participate. However, it was not placed on this agenda, and so we will be remedying that going forward. But that's the purpose of why Nora read that out at the beginning of the meeting.
So I just need to clarify that the Brown Act does require the language to be on the agenda. So Mr. O'Keefe is correct about that. I just need to make that clear.
So either we cancel the meeting or we go forward with the meeting with an element of risk.
Or the other alternative would be to renotice the meeting as a special meeting tomorrow, beginning at no earlier than 5 o'clock. And with the proper notice on the agenda.
Well, that's assuming everyone's available.
Right, but I just wanted to offer that as an alternative if you're concerned about it. The only risk is if there is an actual disabled person who has the right, who was prejudiced by the fact that it did not appear on the agenda, that would be the risk. And the risk could be remedied simply by taking the action again within 30 days. So there are several, I mean, a lot of the other actions taken on the agenda tonight could easily be remedied. There wouldn't be a problem with just voting on them again within 30 days to fix things. It's just that certain actions may need to have effect before that 30-day period is up. If you, if for example, on this closed session item that Mr. O'Keefe is referring to, if council were to hear it in closed session, they could certainly hear it in closed session. It's just that if they took action in closed session, that action might be subject to later review or attack. That's all. There's no problem with hearing it though tonight. It's more the risk occurs if you take action. Then you have to consider whether whatever action you would take would be subject to being invalidated by a person with a disability who didn't have the opportunity to speak because of the defect in the notice.
All right, thank you. Councilmember Jane, followed by Becker.
Was the last meeting the first meeting that was entirely virtual? Presumably this notice was missing there as well. Has it been missing since we went into COVID on the agendas?
So Nora, can you answer that question?
Yes, so it appears that when we all modified our agenda template, going completely virtual and no one in attendance here, that language was inadvertently removed. And so yes, to answer your question, Councilmember Jane, the last meeting would have been the first meeting that it was missing.
The last meeting would have been the first meeting, Nora, because that was our very first all virtual.
Actually, December 1st would have been our first virtual.
Thank you.
Councilmember Becker.
So it was basically the same thing that SEDS is bringing up. So we basically violated this already then. Am I correct?
Yes.
I would say yes, based on what the city attorney said.
I think to be clear, the agenda has been out of the previous two agendas. If what the assistant city clerk has said is true, then the correct statement would be the previous two agendas were defective under the Brown Act.
But we gave the remedy tonight though with the beginning, correct? Or is that just not good enough? Because I just want a little clarity on that.
I don't think that if someone, let's say there was someone who someone has to be able to say they were prejudiced in order to invalidate an action that took place under defective agenda. So if there was someone out there who did not know how to receive accommodation, and we attempted to fix it as well as we could, given the notice that we had of the problem, by reading and showing the language that should have been there. However, since it's a 72-hour agenda rule, it was not in effect for 72 hours. So, hypothetically, if there was a disabled person who would have liked to speak but didn't have accommodation, or would like to have viewed the meeting and didn't have accommodation, they wouldn't have known about it unless they came to the meeting. So it's kind of like a chicken and egg thing. Since they didn't have the accommodation, they couldn't have been able to see it. So I can't tell you. It's all hypothetical, because I don't even know if there's anybody out there that would seek to challenge anything. I'm just letting you know what the Brown Act says and what your possible options are about what you could do tonight. That's all.
I just wish we would have known about this a lot sooner.
We as soon as we got the email from Mr. O'Keefe and we realized the issue, this is how we've been trying to deal with it. We certainly didn't realize that there was a problem with the agenda until Mr. O'Keefe sent his email.
Okay, so we have a decision, council. Going forward, we can move ahead with the meeting. We may have to redo it, or we can reschedule. But that's our choice at this point, correct, City Attorney? And I use the word.
Yeah. You can go ahead with the whole meeting. You can go ahead with parts of the meeting. You can go ahead with certain items. You can go into closed session, but not take action. These are all things you could do. It's just simply understanding the risk of taking action with the possibility that someone might challenge it within, you know, and you know, if they could show prejudice, that then we would have to take the action again. So those are your options. And then the other option would be to reschedule the entire meeting for tomorrow night on 24 hours notice with a proper agenda. Or some other time. It doesn't have to be tomorrow night. It could be another date with proper notice. It could be 3 days from now with proper notice. It's up to the council how you want to do that.
Thoughts, council?
I have a question. This is City Clerk Hassan Hagag. Is that
Yeah.
okay, Mayor Gilmore? And I also see other hands in the Zoom attendee list as well. So if December 1st meeting was the first time that we were obligated to include this this noticing, and we didn't, and also the meeting where the election results were read into the record, is it possible, City Attorney, that somebody can challenge even that? And if somebody challenges the certification of the results and the swearing in, do we have to redo that within 30 days? And then what happens with all the decisions that were made by council when they were not, when they were uncertified and then recertified?
Let me put it this way. Let me answer your first question first. December 1st was not the first day. It was not the first date we had to have this notice in. We've always had to have this notice, some kind of notice in the agenda about how to get accommodations. What happened on December 1st was, because we changed the way in which we were having meetings, my understanding, and I didn't know about this until just a couple hours ago, was that somehow when the notice went out, it did not have the ADA language in it.
Right. So what I'm saying is, from since December 1st, before December 1st, we were in compliance. Since December 1st, that's what's challengeable, if that's a word.
Well, if a demand from some kind of person who was prejudiced would have to be sent to us within 30 days.
Right. So my specific question was on, in the last meeting when we had the certification of the election results and the swearing in.
The general rule is
the
general rule is no harm, no foul. If no one says I was prejudiced by the fact that I couldn't figure out how to get accommodation, then all the actions are valid. It's not like the actions are not valid. It's someone would, in order for any challenge to be made under the Brown Act, someone actually has to bring a challenge. It's not like automatically the actions of the council are not valid.
I think the question might have been, do we have to redo it, like put those items back on again? And is there a 30?
At this point, no, because no one has claimed that they were prejudiced by anything, by any kind of defect in the agenda. If someone comes forward and says that, then we may want to consider doing that.
Councilmember Park, followed by Watanabe.
So I was going to say, if people are intent on delaying the meetings, delaying the agenda items, or even invalidating the meetings, I am sure they can find somebody to complain from the disability standpoint. Not to say that that's bad or good. That's simply to say that it's possible and very likely. That said, I don't see any reason to not have the discussion, meaning I think that the discussion would be useful, even if, and especially if, we have to redo the discussion later on. And it sounds to me like we can have the discussion and we can take actions, but there is the possibility that if somebody does bring up a complaint, then we would have to redo those actions. And I'm actually fine with that, with going over the items with the understanding that we would potentially have to do them again. I am all for doing things as many times as we can to get them right.
Thank you. Councilmember Watanabe.
Thank you, Mayor. I still have reservations and concerns based on the fact that this has been brought to our attention. I mean, this has been made transparent. It's open. The public is aware of this, and it was just stated that there could be somebody out there that now that this has been made public knowledge that may take advantage of it. And I am just concerned with moving forward. As a result, we have some important issues to discuss, and I would hate to waste time moving forward and then having to redo it. So I would be happy to make a motion to continue this meeting as a result and have it renoticed to another date.
All right. So that's a motion.
Yes, that is a motion, Mayor.
Okay, I don't hear a second so far. Let's go down the list. Councilmember Jane, followed by Becker.
Yeah, it seems to me that we're in some sort of limbo right now because for the next 30 days, someone could actually challenge the results of the certification, in which case we're not really legitimate council members. So for 30 days, we should not be taking any action because we're in this limbo where we may not get certified. So I don't really understand how we could be doing anything for 30 days.
All right, let's gather all these questions. Are good questions. Councilmember Becker, followed by Councilmember Park.
I agree with what a lot of Councilmember Park said. I mean, you want to say this is stranger than fiction. I mean, this is almost like an episode of House of Cards where last minute they want to stall something and they get it done. So seeing that we could be in some kind of jeopardy or we could be putting ourselves in danger, I'm fine with repeating this, but coming down to the final 11th hour to bring this up, and especially a former candidate that ran against one of our other candidates, council members here, I'm sorry, but that just really reeks of something to me.
Okay, Councilmember Park.
Yeah, I actually have no problem with Bob bringing this up, and I feel like this should be brought up if in fact it is something that we need to worry about. But in terms of invalidating the results, I don't think that the results would be invalidated in any way. I don't, we know that the results of the vote stand, regardless of whether we acknowledge them or not. If we have to re-acknowledge them, that's fine. I have no problem with that as well. If we have to redo a swearing in, I have no problem with that either. I think that it would be, again, nice to have discussions about things. I mean, rather than have a long meeting, I would have no problem with having a discussion now and potentially having to redo it with finer thoughts and additional insight at a later date if somebody complains. And again, I am sure if somebody wants to delay the issue, somebody will find, they can find somebody to lodge a complaint. But I'm saying I'm willing to take that risk. I do not see additional talk or additional discussion as a waste of time.
Thank you. City Manager?
I am deeply disappointed and I apologize for what's happened here. I'd like to suggest that we notice a meeting for 5:30 tomorrow to take action again on the Register of Voters certified results of the election, to clean that up immediately, as well as it sounds as if you can have the closed session. I know there's some significant items to dialogue about, and then action can be postponed or continued to tomorrow. And any items on the public agenda that you feel, such as the general hearing items or any other items, can be heard tomorrow evening, and we can immediately post an agenda within the next 30 minutes and add back from the December 1st to clean that up immediately.
Okay, thank you for that. Councilmember Chahal, followed by Hassam Hagag, City Clerk.
Thank you, Mayor. I agree with Kevin, Councilmember Kevin Park. now that we have some actions which might be needing some reaction basically. So if we are continuing the meeting right now, let's discuss it. And if we take an action and if somebody comes back, of course, we can come back and take an action again as advised by City Attorney Brian Doyle. So I think that's a fair alternate solution so that we can continue. Those are my comments. Thank you.
Okay, City Clerk Kasamagog.
Yeah, I just wanted to clarify, when I brought up my comments, I wasn't in any way, I mean, Kevin's right. The results are the results, and they don't become not the results just because we didn't certify it properly. So I like the suggestion by City Manager Santana about just bringing it back just to make sure that we've dotted our I's and crossed our T's and just protect against any challenge that comes in the future, if any at all ever comes in. So that's why I brought it up, just to kind of see if there was advice from our city attorney on the legality of somebody challenging the results, which are from the registrar. And there's no undoing of those results. Those are the real results. And I wasn't suggesting in any way that anybody is not legitimate. I just wanted to make sure that we dot our I's and cross our T's so that we can close the door on any potential challenges.
I want to ask the city attorney, because we didn't take any action last week except for the ceremonial action. And I think a lot of council members were already sworn in at that point before, or some were sworn in that night officially, but I don't see any issues with that. I'm looking at our December 1st meeting with the previous council and any action items that may have taken place that could possibly be in jeopardy. But in tonight's meeting, if we move ahead on I'm talking about open session. In the open session, we have a lot of contracts and a lot of things like that. Will we take care of it if we have a meeting tomorrow? And if we do have it tomorrow, it's going to have to be later than 5:30 for me, but like at 7. But if we do it tomorrow or tonight, I'm just trying to assess the risk level.
I don't think
if we do anything tonight, I think it's clear we may have to redo things in the future. So what's our risk level?
Okay, I think the risk level varies depending on which actions you're talking about. So I think the risk level that anyone would be prejudiced by the failure of the notice of the agenda to be correct with respect to whether or not the new council members were properly sworn in and are indeed, valid council members. I think the risk level there is very, very, very low. It's hard to imagine what someone could have said at that point that would have been prejudiced, how they could have been prejudiced in a situation like that.
Correct.
So I just think that particular issue is somewhat of a non-issue in terms of a risk or something to worry about. In terms of the December 1st date, you have to think in practical terms. Is there someone out there who couldn't figure out how to get accommodation and therefore could show prejudice? You would think that by now they probably would have come forward. So I'm not too concerned about either the 1st or the 8th in terms of needing to just kind of redo those things. I don't think we need to do that unless someone does come forward. It doesn't seem like it's a worthy exercise. So let's think about tonight. I think there's a lot of routine things on the closed session. I mean, on the not the closed session, but the consent calendar, that most likely there's not someone out there that would come forward. And so the question you have to ask yourself is, if we took an action, would it be a problem if we had to take an action if someone did come forward? And I think for a lot of them, it probably wouldn't be. So I don't remember what's on the open session. As to the closed session item regarding the CVRA case, the problem there is if you took an action on that, it could be something that couldn't be remedied within 30 days, because if it resulted in in something that was not redoable, then you'd have a problem there. So it may be that you might want to pick and choose which items to renotice for tomorrow night, depending on how you assess the risk for what it is you want to do. Those are, you know, and without knowing, I mean, we don't know what we don't know, so we don't really know. In terms of the closed session, no one's heard anything yet, so we don't really know. So that's, I'm sorry, I just don't have anything more to advise, but that's the best I can do at this point.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Becker?
I agree with Mayor Gilmore. If we have to, I'd say 7 o'clock tomorrow is perfectly fine with me. If the council so wants to move forward tonight and do whatever, I mean, first off, I'm really happy that we will be having a closed session, because a lot of things that myself, I would like to ask questions. And I know a lot of new council members will like to ask questions, because a lot of us, you know, when you're a candidate versus when you're also a resident, you only know so much. There's things that you can't discuss in public that you can only discuss in closed session. So those are major concerns that I have that I would like to hear and talk about. If we have to, you know, if the council so wants to move forward and do this tonight, I'm fine with repeating it. And I'm also fine with Mayor Gilmore's request of 7 p.m. tomorrow. I understand also Kathy Watanabe's concerns too, and as well as Raj and as well as Kevin Parks. So I just think we should find a common ground here and just move forward. If we feel, I know there's a motion on the table, but I want to see what the rest of the council has to say first.
So looking at our options, we can go ahead with the whole agenda this evening. We can go ahead with parts of the agenda this evening and defer parts to with a re-notification for. Let me ask the council just before that's even an option. Is everyone available tomorrow at 7? I'm not available before 7. Is everyone available tomorrow before 7?
I am.
I am.
Is anybody not available? Okay, so that's an option for us. City Attorney, for the re-noticing, is that enough time for re-noticing? It's 5:10 right now.
Plenty of time. We can do it.
Plenty of time so we're okay with re-noticing. So
we're okay with, well, we should renotice it as a special meeting. Can someone refresh my recollection whether we have had 2 regular meetings in December already or not?
We just had December 8th.
Or 8th, and
which was our first all Zoom. And we can put the certification on the agenda plus whatever any other items are carried forward to tomorrow.
I'm thinking of the charter provision that requires us to have 2 regular meetings a month.
Yeah, this is the second one, Brian.
The one tonight?
The one, oh, I see what you're saying.
Yeah, so no, but we started the meeting, so we did have a regular meeting. Yes, we did. So we can continue it.
It's just a continued meeting.
Yeah, so I don't think we're in trouble with the charter. So I think we could, so the option really is, do you want to do some of the meeting tonight and then other parts tomorrow, or do you want to just notice everything as a special meeting for tomorrow night beginning at 7?
So do you want council open session tonight, closed session tomorrow? Closed session tonight, open session tomorrow? The whole thing tomorrow? Or the whole thing tonight?
The one thing about closed session is I wouldn't recommend taking any action.
Can we at least hear?
Tonight. You could definitely hear, but I wouldn't recommend taking action, and then you could continue the closed session to tomorrow.
I think that would be better for agenda management, so that the discussion is had tonight on closed session, which a member of the public wouldn't have access to anyways, and then tomorrow the open session can be had.
Right, and
it will help split it into 2 different time allotments.
We don't know if our consultant attorneys are available tomorrow either. So, okay, let me go down the list. Councilmember Becker, followed by Watanabe, followed by Park.
Sorry, I didn't take my hand down. Sorry, Mayor.
Oh, sorry. All right, Councilmember Watanabe, followed by Park.
Thank you, Mayor. I was going to amend the motion that I made, and I mean, we would have to make a motion on this, right? Correct. Okay, so make a motion to continue the open, to have the closed session meeting tonight, not taking any action, and continue to 7 o'clock tomorrow, and also to have the regular open session tonight as agendized.
Okay, so closed session tonight, tomorrow, open tonight. Is that
Correct.
the motion?
Yes, yes,
People that
Mayor.
were going to participate tonight. All right. Is there a second on that?
And so just to add to that, so the motion would also include renoticing the closed session for tomorrow night as a special meeting with the proper agenda notice.
Yeah, I think
Yeah.
So that we don't have any problem with that.
Yeah.
So that's the 24-hour notice, and we'd have a proper agenda under the Brown Act at that
Well,
point.
when we get to a final motion, I'm going to ask you for the proper language. All right.
Okay.
Was that it, Councilmember Watanabe?
Yes, thank you, Mayor.
Councilmember Park, followed by Councilmember Becker.
The first couple of questions. The first question is, for a closed session meeting, what would the public generally give input on? Would that just be like a public input that we wouldn't action anyway? Meaning I would like to know how that would affect any of the actions that we would take in closed session. The second thing I would like to know is when we talk about things that we cannot repeat because of time, what time sensitive, I would like to know which time sensitive issues are on this agenda that may be in jeopardy if we delay even to 7 o'clock tomorrow evening. Thank you.
Good questions. I'm just gonna, before we go into a deep discussion about this, public can comment on items that we're gonna discuss in closed session. Right, City Attorney? That's the only items in closed session that, those are the items that are discussed by the public or brought out by the public before we go into closed session.
Just like any agenda item, the public has a right to comment on the agenda item. And for closed session items, we do not engage in any dialogue with the public during the time that it's a one-way conversation. They tell us what they think about what they think we might be doing in closed session, but we don't have any dialogue with them. An example of that would be the emails that you got today. You got a whole bunch of emails about what the public thinks you might be doing in closed session. So we're just simply receiving that information, and you should consider that as you deliberate what you might want to do in closed session or add to that.
Okay, but I guess my question is, let's say that we deliberate, we take action, and then somebody sends us a notice. Then we can look at that notice, or, we can look at that message and say, well, if we think that would change our minds, then we would hold this meeting again. But if it doesn't, if we don't see a reason to change, anything that we've done in closed session, which the public doesn't necessarily know about, I feel like we could still continue. Is that correct or incorrect?
Well, it would depend on what you do in closed session. I mean, if you did something in closed session that the public doesn't know about, then how does somebody know whether they were prejudiced by them not being able to tell you something?
I guess that's my question, which is it would be for us to determine that.
So obviously if a settlement were to come out of closed session, the settlement wouldn't be public until it was completed. And so if that happens more than 30 days later, then you're right. Someone would not be able to determine whether they were prejudiced by what you did in closed session. I mean, I'm sorry. I'm trying my best. This is a very unusual circumstance, and I'm trying my best to answer the questions, but I can't really talk about, what we plan on saying in closed session. So we can talk more about it in closed session if you'd like.
Oh, understood. And I'm just trying to determine, if we have a closed session, because closed session is slightly different, how would that be affected by somebody who gives comment that we wouldn't necessarily action anyway?
If you don't action, there's no problem.
No, but I'm
Because-
saying, even if we took action, how would those actions be affected by somebody who put in a comment? Meaning it would just be a comment. So as you said, it's a one-way discussion, and we could decide, oh, that doesn't necessarily change our opinion or our decision.
That's correct, but then you'd be telling that person we don't care what your comment is because I didn't.
No.
Because you didn't know what it was beforehand. No, I'm talking about the theoretical person who might be prejudiced. You don't know what that person would say and whether that would affect you.
I think that I'm going to jump in.
But I do want to clarify.
I'm going to jump in here because a comment is just a comment. We get public presentations, as you'll see as we go along. We just listen to them. We listen, we take it in, we absorb the comments. We don't have to act on the comments.
There's no action.
No action on the comments, no.
And that's my understanding. So
Yeah.
I would think that, and again, I want to make a clarification, which is just because somebody tells us something and we don't change our action, or it doesn't change an action, it does not mean that we don't care what the person said. Is we said, okay, we did hear what the person said, and it does not change the discussion. For example, we may decide that we would like to make an official Santa Clara ice cream flavor. And the flavor that we picked may be the comment that a person decides upon. And the person, like we may pick vanilla. The person says, I would like vanilla to be the official flavor, or I would like people to pick vanilla. And our decision would be, doesn't change the decision that we made. I know that's a very, not a very good example.
I think that's a fair example. Perhaps my wording was inartful, but I'm just simply trying to convey that until we know what action you might take is known, it's impossible to know whether someone was prejudiced by the fact that they couldn't speak to you ahead of time. I mean, we oftentimes get extremely relevant information before an agenda item that does change people's minds. It's just that we just don't know until we know that information. So
I think that I need to jump in because the reality of this now is that we didn't notice it properly. And so whatever action we take may be at risk. Are the chances slim? Probably slim. In some cases, probably not so slim in other cases, controversial issues. But we didn't notice it properly. We will going forward. We're never going to have this issue again. But if we, defer any action till tomorrow night in 24 hours, we are probably fine. But if we want to get some of the discussion out of the way today, some of the things that, maybe are so much less controversial that we don't think anybody's going to have any issues on, if we want to take that risk, we should do that. If you've seen our agenda, it's huge. So we have a lot of issues to talk about. So if we're going to take some action, if we take all actions tonight, we may need to redo the meeting. That's the reality of it because we didn't notice it properly. But, if we can split it up between two meetings, that's, that might be able to help us. But I want to get the discussion going because we haven't even started our meeting. We have a lot to talk about. I want to get to the actual meeting. So whatever we do, any action today, it's risky. High risk, low risk, that there's an element of it where we may have to redo it again. But we still have, if everyone's available tomorrow night, that's great. So let's determine what do we want to hear tonight and what do we want to hear tomorrow, or all tonight or portions tonight. I mean, I'd like that discussion to just focus on that so that we can move on. We do have a long agenda. So Councilmember Park, you still have the floor. I'm sorry.
Yeah, sorry. And I would like to say that then in that case, rather than say that we divide the meeting by public and closed session, I would rather know what critical items, which time sensitive items we need to discuss, and go through the time sensitive items, irrespective of it's closed or public. And if there's nothing on public which needs to be actioned tonight, then I have no problem moving the entire public meeting until tomorrow. Meaning do a proper notice for the public meeting and make sure that we have any time sensitive items managed.
I think we'll have to have the city manager look at those, what can't wait 24 hours. So I'll get more comments, City Manager, while you have a chance to look at that.
I have. I've
Okay.
reviewed already, and
Okay.
everything can go forward for can wait for the next 24 hours. The one item I want to look at more closely is the public hearing regarding the consolidated annual performance and evaluation report regarding housing. It was properly noticed in the paper, but we put it on an agenda that's not a legitimate agenda. We've noticed it for a date that there would be no action or council meeting on a legal agenda. So I want to have a little bit more internal conversation, but I want to see if that can be noticed again and come back in January. But other than that, everything can go in 24 hours.
Okay, thank you. Any more, Councilmember Park?
No, I think I can wait for a bit. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Becker, and then I have City Manager again. Councilmember Becker?
So to get a point of order, can either Councilmember Watanabe or the city clerk repeat the motion on the floor right now?
Ooh, okay.
Because I'd like to know just for point of order.
The motion that I made was to have the closed session this evening for discussion purposes and continue to tomorrow. And the regular agenda would the regular agenda that was to take place would happen tonight. It would not be renoticed until tomorrow. Only the closed session portion would be renoticed for tomorrow if there was any action to be taken or further discussion.
Okay, so basically, any action tomorrow on a meeting, closed session or public session will be properly noticed, and we could. That's what you're basically saying, in a nutshell.
Well, based on what the city manager just said, we could continue the open session agenda until tomorrow because there is no time sensitive items on the agenda.
Okay. You know what? Well, I'll entertain your motion. I'll second it just to get this moving and to see what we come up with.
All right, we have a motion and a second. Okay, Councilmember Park, your hand's still up. Did you have further comments?
Well, I will have further comments. Again, okay. I don't know how much I can talk about things because the public is listening. But it sounds to me like we do have a deep desire from within this body, not from me, to delay discussion on the lawsuit. And at some point, I don't know that is in the best interest of us or the city if there are things to action. And I would really like to know, are there time-sensitive things on the agenda? Or are there time-sensitive things that the city needs to discuss, that we need to discuss prior till tomorrow?
Okay, I'm just going to parrot back what I heard from the city manager and what I heard from the motion. So the motion is to move ahead with closed session for discussion on the lawsuit. And I heard from the city manager, correct me if I'm wrong, please, city manager, that there aren't any items on the agenda with the exception of the public hearing called for the housing issue that would not be able to wait until tomorrow. Is that correct, city manager? You were going to check on the housing public.
Yeah, and it looks like we can just continue it by act of a motion for the council. We're looking into that. If not, we'll renotice it for January. Okay. But that we need a little bit more time. But yes, absolutely. If we can, and just to spend our time wisely and agenda management for purpose of lengthy meetings, the dialogue for closed session could take place today, and then the open session action tomorrow, and closed session action tomorrow.
That's the motion on the floor. Yeah. Thank you, Councilmember Jane.
I know the city attorney had mentioned that there's extremely low probability that someone would challenge the decisions from the December 8th meeting, but there was discussion of maybe re-agendizing that to make sure that there's no uncertainty.
We can place it, I am sorry, were you talking about the election results?
Yeah,
Correct.
certification.
We can
of-
put it right under special orders of business at the beginning of the meeting tomorrow. And then I did get notice that we do need to take action on the consolidated plan in December. So I'll look to Brian or Sue if we can just continue that to tomorrow, or if the council should open that and continue it to tomorrow.
I think that I think they should open it and continue it to tomorrow
Okay.
on
That point in the agenda.
on the caper, just like
Yes.
if we do the closed session, and then but it will be continued to the special meeting tomorrow, and then we'll have the special meeting notice will be correct. On the issue of acceptance of the certification of the results, it's a little bit of a chicken and the egg problem, because the council that certified the results was the previous council, and so you are certifying your own results, which is just odd from a logic and
Can we approve the minutes?
we can approve the minutes, and if you would like, you can do it. I just don't. It doesn't really make sense to me that you need to do that. But if you want to do that, it's kind of like chicken soup. It wouldn't hurt, but I just don't know if it really does anything.
Let's just approve the minutes or figure it out between now and then. I don't want to waste any more time on that, but let's put something on that just
Cleans it up.
that just cements it, so we don't have any issues at all. Okay. Councilmember Jane, are you finished, or do you want to continue? Councilmember Jane?
No, I was just going to say that there are 4 council members that are from the previous council. So.
Oh, yes.
So that is true.
I was going to mention
Yeah,
that.
you can, but then again, one of those 4 is. I mean,
But she was a previous council member.
I understand, but
I understand what you're saying.
anyway, I'm just being too analytical here. So just,
yeah, let's please figure it out before tomorrow. Put it on in some fashion. Thank you, Vice Mayor Hardy.
My only concern is I have not made up my mind. I want to look and ask questions, and I don't want to make a motion that ties our hands over the CBRA. I would like to hear a lot of the discussion. That's why I'm uncomfortable with this, because it would tie our hands, and I don't want to do that.
Could you elaborate a little bit on that?
Well, if we don't make if we make a decision tomorrow night, that's the 16th, and it's going to be heard on the 17th. So that makes it a moot point. I would like to hear it and be able to make some kind of decision if possible. I don't know. I haven't heard the discussion yet.
Okay. That's fine. That's also an option. It just comes with an element of risk, but it is an option for sure. So, okay, council, we really need to figure out what we're doing at this point so we can move ahead with the meeting. So let me go back again to Councilmember Park, followed by City Attorney, your hands up, and then followed by okay, off. Councilmember Jane, you're back again.
I just
your hands down.
I just want to say that I agree with Councilmember Vice Chair Hardy. Thank you.
Okay, so right now, I don't see any other hands. We have a motion on the floor. Assistant City Clerk, can you read the motion?
Continue with the closed session discussion this evening. Notice a special closed session for action tomorrow, and notice a special regular council agenda for tomorrow.
Okay, we had a motion and a second. Oh, Councilmember Chahal.
Thank you, Mayor. So can I have an clarification that, as mentioned by Vice Mayor Hardy, so we can't take any action today in the closed session as per the motion, or it's up to us to take an action or just restricted to discussion? What does the motion say?
The motion says discussion tonight. If there's any action, potential action, when it's noticed differently, properly tomorrow.
So
So
I would
that's what's on the, that's the motion on the floor right now.
So I would like to ask city attorney, does that time frame has any repercussions about what we are trying to discuss today as per the available, what you have in your on your agenda for the closed session? Does that timeline suits what we have, or it has some issues with that?
It really depends on what you want to do. You know, I'd rather have that discussion in closed session just because it involves so much about what we're going to talk about. But I mean, the answer is, you know, of course, it depends. That it really depends on what you want to do, knowing after you hear all the information. It's really hard for me to discuss in open session.
So I think, can I say something, Councilmember Chahal? I think we're talking, there's no difference between action and open session or closed session based upon the issue that's been brought before us today. It's any action period, I think is what we're talking about, could have an element of risk. But that's up to the council whether or not you want to heed that. So, and whether or not we have another meeting tomorrow. So, I mean, that's really what we're discussing, not, you know, the closed session action or an open session, it's any action. So keep that in mind, please. Go ahead, and I'm sorry to interrupt you.
No problem, Mayor. So let's keep this option open if we want to take an action or no action. I don't want to restrict that we are not taking an action. We may not take an action depending on what we hear from city attorney, but I don't want to close that door that we are not taking any action. It would be advisable not to take an action and we take action tomorrow after notification, but I want to keep that option open that we can take an action depending on what we hear, what we actually hear from city attorney, and we can go from there. And it can be a discussion only, it can be an action only. And if the maker of the motion wants to modify that it should not only restrict to discussion, I'm okay with the motion. Otherwise, I can table another motion on the table, basically.
Councilmember Park, thank you.
Yes, I was going to add that as well, which I mean, it sounds like we won't have anything to action unless there is something to action, and that's something that the city attorney is not perfectly open to discuss in public session. And I agree with Councilmember Chahal that we should not unnecessarily tie our hands in not being able to take an action, understanding that there will be a risk that we will have to take that action again. But I would like to at least have the possibility, you know, leave that possibility open, because it doesn't sound to me like there's any drawback in doing so, because we're going to have to hold an additional meeting anyway. So it doesn't sound like there's any drawback in having discussion, taking the action if we need to, and taking the risk that somebody would, you know, would complain, and then having to consider the complaint and to retake the action if necessary. I see no downside to that, because we are going to have another session anyway.
Okay, so we have a motion on the floor with a second to have closed session discussion only, and to, I'm already forgotten, defer the rest of the council meeting until tomorrow.
Correct.
Continue the rest of the council meeting tomorrow.
Yes.
Okay.
And we'll need to open the con plan and continue it to tomorrow, the public hearing.
Okay, well, let's check with this motion first. And I was gonna say, I'm gonna support the motion because even if there is action taken tonight, I just want to stay for the record. We'll have to redo it anyway. I don't think it's gonna be valid since we didn't properly notice this meeting, which gives me great concern, especially going into closed session. The problems we had even hearing from the public tonight was disastrous. So even if a public member wanted to speak on closed session, they weren't able to without great problems. So I'll support the motion just because it's the legal thing to do. But let's have a roll call vote. Assistant City Clerk. Wait a minute. Councilmember Park, your hand's still up. Did you have more you'd like to say?
Sorry, I don't know when it automatically gets lowered by the
I think you have
staff.
to lower it yourself.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I will be more cognizant of
We're all
the
learning about this. It's this total virtual is new to me as well. So, all right, Assistant City Clerk.
Sorry, Madam Mayor, this is Hassan, the city clerk. Before the action is taken, we should probably check to see if anybody from the public.
Can we get people from the public?
I don't know if we can, but at least ask.
This is the problem.
I know, but I just, in the interest of engaging the public and making sure that they have an opportunity.
No, I appreciate that. I just can't see any public.
Which is the crux of this whole problem, is that it wasn't noticed for members of ADA. So we have to respect that the public has a right to participate in the legal manner appropriate to them.
Unfortunately, Mayor, we're still having the same issues, but members of the public can submit their comments to the public comment email box at publiccomment@santaclaraca.gov, and the IT team is putting up a slide with the email account at this time.
So we're going to wait a bit. Let's take a 5-minute recess. So in the event any members of the public would like to, unless they're super fast typers, members of the public can, is there any number for them to call in? Or is it just all email?
Yes, we can provide them the link, the closed session link as well. It's just the link that it's been provided to staff and council. Would you like us to provide them that link?
Yeah, whatever we can, because I heard the numbers that we were putting out weren't working. The phone numbers weren't working.
Okay, will do.
Okay, let's 5-minute break, folks. We'll come right back and then we'll see if there's any member of the public that would like to make comment before we go to vote. Thank you. Do we have any public members? Can we come back?
So far, not as of yet, Mayor.
Okay. I'm going to ask then, if we don't have any public comment, again, I'm concerned that they're not able to get in. If we don't have any public comment, I'm going to ask the Assistant City Clerk for roll call vote.
Mayor, I have received 3 emails.
Okay, could you read them, please?
Yes. Let me. So we're back from this recess. Let me just get this running again. Okay, first comment from Anthony Carneseca says, I am tuned into the meeting right now. I apologize for all your issues, and it's unfortunate this meeting cannot happen. My name is Anthony Carneseca, and I'm the homeowner of 1176 Lincoln Street for item number 3L at tonight's City Council meeting. This contract needs to be signed and submitted to the county before the end of this month, or else we will have to wait 1.5 years until July 2022 for our contract to take effect. We were approved by the Historical Commission in October and were promised this item would be reviewed before the end of this calendar year. Can you please confirm this item will be reviewed tomorrow or ASAP, and the contract will be submitted to the county by December 31st, 2020? End of comment. The next comment is from Ben Cooley. Thank you, Hossam, for ensuring this chance to send in comments. I'll try the phone line if I can, but here's what I am planning on saying. I want to note that continuing the entire agenda runs the risk of people who have come may not be able to make it tomorrow. Just like all of you, at a minimum, you should open the floor for any comment on items you are continuing. However, this seems simple to me. You should use this time tonight to get through your agenda, but build a consent calendar for actions tomorrow. For example, there is an item that requests approve and authorize city manager to execute amendment number 1. You can discuss and vote on what you want. Let's say you decide it. The motion could be put decision on tomorrow's consent calendar, then tomorrow act as a normal consent calendar. Give people a chance to request things getting pulled and approve the balance as a single motion. This way you can make progress, but give a chance for people to speak if they cannot. You would, of course, be free to decide to do something tonight if you accept the risk. Also, I don't know when the attempted remedy, but the city's website has been down since 3:30. Just checked it again. I've checked both from my box online tools to check availability. End of comment. Next comment from Ken Kratz. I suggest you continue the entire meeting to tomorrow. End of comment. New comment from Linda Barcelos. I think it would be wise postpone the meeting, taking any action, whether in closed or open session, because of the following. The city website is down. The public cannot even provide public comment with all these technical difficulties. I've been trying to call in for an hour with no luck. There are too many potential legal repercussions. End of comment. Next comment, Nicholas Kawada. Hello, my name is Nick Kawada, and I'm the program manager 2 of the Santa Clara County Office of the Census Department with the Division of Equity and Social Justice. The County of Santa Clara wishes to formally acknowledge the hard work and partnership of the City of Santa Clara for its hard work in helping all communities get counted in 2020 census. Together, we were able to increase the city's self-response rate in 2010 of 71.8% to an astonishing 76.3%, despite numerous challenges like wildfires, anti-immigrant rhetoric, including the failed threat of an additional citizenship question, and an unprecedented health crisis. Thanks to your leadership and the city staff, you all have ensured a decade's worth of much needed federal funding during an impending and continuing crisis and representation for our local communities. That said, the fight continues. Recently, County Council drafted an amicus to the Supreme Court arguing the inclusion of all people in the county in the count for the purposes of redistricting. We know there will continue to be other causes we will have to fight for, and that the partnership we built around 2020 census will be the example we will use to find success. End of comment. And that concludes the comments in the emails.
Thank you, Assistant City Clerk. All right, so we have a motion and a second for closed session, no action, city council meeting, no action until tomorrow. That's what's on the table, council. Okay, Assistant City Clerk?
Okay.
Oh, before, can I ask Councilmember Park, your hand's up again on the motion?
Yes. Yes, it is.
Okay, go ahead.
So I have just received a communication from Robert Rubin saying that there is something that we should discuss or we need to discuss and potentially take action on in closed session.
That is the attorney for the plaintiff who's communicating with you? That, oh,
Yeah.
okay. Okay, well, we should talk about that in closed session.
No, understood, which is why I do want to, again, suggest that we do leave actions open for closed session, even if we have to redo them. I see no problem in having the discussion and having a deeper discussion afterwards.
All right, I just want to make it clear that we're not taking direction from the attorneys for the plaintiff.
Oh, understood. This is my opinion, independent of what other people think. Meaning, I think that if there is information that we should hear and potentially think about, then we should hear it, potentially think about. And if that also includes that maybe we should take action, then we should potentially take action. But I was told that this is time sensitive. I don't know what it is.
City Attorney.
Yeah, I just want to request that I get more information about this issue that the public is reporting that the city website is down, because it may affect my opinion about the risk of what action you might take. I'm still okay with having a discussion in closed session tonight, but I would like to at least know what the issues are around the website being down, with respect to being able to advise you on whether it would make it would be, what the risk would be of taking an action in closed session tonight.
Thank you, City Attorney. We'll have a little break between when we adjourn this now to go to closed session, assuming we go to closed session. So if you could get that information from the City Clerk's office.
And I'd also like to clarify that Sue Reuter has told me that the other closed session item, the one that appears first on the agenda, there's no problem with hearing that tomorrow night. There's no time sensitivity.
Okay, very
so
good.
So we can limit the closed session to just the one case.
Thank you. That'll be helpful. Okay, so thank you very much. So Assistant City Clerk, roll call, please.
Councilmember Watanabe.
Yes.
Councilmember Shahal.
No.
Councilmember Hardy.
No.
Councilmember Park.
No.
Councilmember Jane.
No.
Councilmember Becker.
Yes.
Mayor Gilmore.
Yes. Okay, that motion fails. So is there a substitute motion?
I'd like to make a motion, Mayor, that we continue on with our meeting as planned. And then we have tomorrow that we have determined that all council members are available so that we could ratify any actions that we may take.
Okay, I just want to make sure I understand the motion. So you're saying move ahead with the entire meeting?
Yes.
As planned, as if there were no issues with the agenda.
And then we can tomorrow, with part of the motion would be to have the meeting tomorrow to ratify anything that we need to.
Okay, City Attorney?
I didn't mean my hand to be up.
Mhm.
I'm a little bit confused about what we would be noticing for tomorrow night under that motion, however.
The ratification of any.
I know, but I just want to make sure we have the proper agenda notice. So you're hitting me with a new idea that I'm just trying to understand.
Well, I think the motion is to just continue on with the meeting.
To have the meeting.
And to have the meeting tomorrow to ratify anything that is deemed needed legally.
But we won't know that unless somebody makes an objection within 30 days. That's the problem.
But the point is, if we do that, you said we were covered by anything that we would do tonight if we ratify it tomorrow within 24 hours at a special meeting.
So I'm just trying to, okay, I'm just saying, so tomorrow we would have a special meeting with everything listed basically as a consent calendar item?
Yes.
Okay, that I understand.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
Okay, so the motion is to just move ahead with tonight's meeting. Is there a second?
Second.
That was with Councilmember Park, motion and a second. All right, Councilmember Jane, followed by Chahal, followed by City Clerk.
Yeah, I have a concern about doing the open session items tonight because the website is down and the public can't look at the packets. They can't read the materials behind even the consent items. So it seems to me that having the closed session tonight with the option to vote or take action, and then moving all of the open agenda items to tomorrow makes more sense. Thank you.
Is that a friendly amendment then?
Yeah, yes, I guess if you're willing to accept that.
Like I said, my concern is for the people who are ready today that maybe do not have tomorrow as an option. That was my concern. Because if something is on consent and someone comes in tomorrow, it can be pulled.
So
yeah,
if I'm correct, Brian, is that correct?
You know, I'm really at a loss because I really don't know the nature of the the website being down, and I'm very concerned about whether or not this is even with that new information. I just don't know if this is a valid meeting or not.
Well, is there any way to get even notice if we can even make any kind of motion?
I think the safest thing to do, here's what I think from an actual legality of the notice. I mean, this is a whole new issue now that other than the one that Mr. O'Keefe raised, there's a new issue of the website being down, which really concerns me. And I don't know the nature of that. So I'm really way out there in terms of being able to advise you thoroughly on this. So I think if you wanted the absolute safest thing to do, would be to open the one public hearing and continue it for tomorrow night to a special closed session, to a special meeting tomorrow. Everything just gets renoticed. That's the safest thing to do with that new information, knowing what I know now. I feel very uncomfortable advising you anything else to do anything other than that, given that this new information that I just didn't know about.
Brian, for people that were available tonight and wanted to sign up and speak to an item, would they still be able to provide their comment in tonight?
Yes, they could. On such a motion, if you were to make a motion to put everything on the agenda for tomorrow, but open it up to comment tonight, then I think that would be safe. People who tuned in and wanted to comment on anything on the agenda, just make the motion to put everything on tomorrow night's agenda, open the public hearing on the one item that is a public hearing. People can comment on that, and then continue that motion also to the special meeting tomorrow. That will be a properly noticed meeting with proper notice on the website and proper access to all the materials that are on the website. That's that to me appears to be the safest course of action for you, given this new information.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Chahal?
Thank you, Mayor. Vice Mayor Hardy, I would also like to have a request that we continue today only the closed door with option to have discussion as well as decision if we have to make some, and continue other agenda tomorrow as a special meeting. And closed doors should also be tomorrow. And if we have to rectify tomorrow our action, or we have to make action tomorrow, depending on what information we get from city attorney during the closed door, I would say that let's do that.
I will take that as a friendly amendment from the second, to say that we just have our closed door session and continue everything else till tomorrow. I'm fine.
I'll second that.
Thank you.
So the only difference between the motion that failed and this motion is that you would like the option to take action from closed session.
Yes.
I want to make sure I understand that, even though
That
the
is
city
correct.
attorney just said the entire meeting is subject to being possibly not legal.
I
So,
understand.
okay.
So we can take action tomorrow, Mayor. So we can rectify that tomorrow anyway, but
Well, I'm just cautioning that any action today is not, if I'm hearing it correctly, would not be following the law. So I'm just throwing that out there because
Yes.
I can't support that. I'm supporting the meeting tomorrow where we have a legally advertised and disclosed ADA disclosures as well, with our website up and working properly the way it should be. So that's the only reason I wouldn't support the motion, because I believe any action would not be valid this evening. So, okay, but we have a motion, and was the second okay with that? I believe.
Yes.
I'm not sure
Yes.
who seconded the motion. Was it Councilmember Chahal? Are you okay? Vice Mayor Hardy, who seconded your motion?
The first motion was seconded by Councilmember Chahal, but the second motion was immediately by Councilmember Jang.
Okay, so we have, that's the valid motion on the table?
Yes.
Seconded by Councilmember Jang. All right. Councilmember Park, Becker, and then let's vote, please.
Yeah, just clarification. It's not that the meeting is illegal. It's that it does open it up to reconsideration if somebody does complain. And I am, again, cognizant of the fact that anyone who can vote on the downtown could also find somebody to complain about the meeting. But that is a risk I am willing to take. And again, even if that happens, I'm more than willing to rethink, rediscuss, and revote on any actions that we take
tomorrow.
Meaning, I, for one, anyone who knows me knows that I have no problem discussing an issue. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Becker?
So curious concern. Okay, because knowing here at my place, I have a lot of internet connection issues, so I understand what the city goes through with their internet issues too. Say we do this all tomorrow, what if there's another internet issue tomorrow? Are we going to still run into the same issues?
My objection personally is the way the meeting was advertised. So
okay,
that doesn't change.
So we have no internet tomorrow. It will be okay though. I just want to make sure.
I didn't say that. I don't know. I don't. That's a question for the city attorney.
City attorney, can you answer that?
Yes, council member. I'm just at as I said before. I'm sorry, my video is just not working. There we go. Council member, as I said before, I don't know what the issue is, so I'm just very concerned about giving you advice when I don't have knowledge of what the actual status is. So if indeed what it has been said is true, and the public is unable to access the packet online at this point, I would have concerns about anything done at a meeting where that's the problem.
Okay.
So I just don't know. And I would assume that if we're not able to fix that and know that the internet is working properly and we have everything up and noticed properly, then tomorrow I rather than go through this discussion again, I think we would just continue the meeting again until we were able to have a meeting that met the requirements of the Brown Act.
Okay.
I'd like to share the information that I have from our IT director, is that I had asked him earlier, we were hearing that it was the Granicus hosted, which we interpreted as the Legistar system and the system software that supports our regular meetings. However, it was off and on for the city's website since 2 o'clock. I did ask him specifically if it impacts our meeting. Our meeting can still be viewed by City Facebook, YouTube, Channel 15, as well as Legistar is still available, but you can retrieve the agenda as well as reports. Although the system itself, the city website and pages have not been reliable, and that is a Granicus issue. It's not an internal IT issue that Granicus is working on. So in terms of, I don't know how to answer your valid question around whether Granicus will have it stabilized tomorrow.
Okay. I just wanted to make sure, make sure that we're okay and covered on that, because
Yeah.
I
But
understand.
Legistar is up. The public meetings, the agenda, that is up and that is available.
Okay.
That's available right now as well.
Yes.
That people can access the agenda and the items.
Okay. All right, good. I just want to make sure we covered those bases. Thank you very much for those answers.
Thank you. Councilmember Park?
Yeah, I was just going to add that we can't determine what's going to happen tomorrow, and if we have issues tomorrow, we're going to have to deal with them, as they come, as we know about them. At the same time, I think that staff seems like they're very aware of the potential problems that we've gone through today, and will correct them as quickly as possible as staff works. I have full confidence that they can do this. So I fully understand that we may have issues tomorrow, but until we know what those issues are, I don't know that spending time worrying or discussing about potential issues. I've actually talked too much on this issue already. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Watanabe?
Thank you, Mayor. Yes, I have deep concerns and reservations based on a statement made by Councilmember Park stating that he received a message from the plaintiff's attorney, Robert Rubin, stating that we needed to go into closed session this evening because of a matter that needed to be discussed. That speaks volumes to me, and I have a lot of reservations, and I don't feel comfortable going into closed session knowing that the plaintiff's attorney is telling our council how to conduct its business. So I don't feel comfortable with this motion, and frankly, I'm concerned about even going into closed session.
Thank you. Councilmember Park?
Yes, no one's telling us what to do. I was simply given information that there is potentially time-sensitive information that we could discuss. I don't know what that time-sensitive information is. I don't know any details, but knowing that there is new data out there, it makes sense that we keep open all options and we have the discussions, meaning no one is telling me, and I don't think anyone else on the city council, what to do. But if they bring up information which makes us think, and me in particular think, that we should have a discussion on this, then I think that a discussion is warranted. Again, no one is telling anyone what to do, but you bring up an issue that I think needs to be discussed, I would want to discuss it. Thank you.
Okay. Councilmember Watanabe, your hand's still up.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. The mere fact that opposing counsel, the plaintiff's counsel has contacted one of our council members directly, giving direction, not direction, but that there is a matter that needs to be addressed, that gives me pause. And why is a plaintiff's attorney contacting our counsel while we're having discussion to go into closed session because there is a need? I don't think it's not transparent. And again, it gives me pause. And I, again, don't feel session knowing that there are these possibly ex parte communications occurring. Why doesn't Robert Rubin contact our attorney, Brian Doyle?
Councilmember Park?
Yeah, so for clarification, I was told that this information was actually given to the city. I don't actually know what that information is, but I was told because of the discussions that we've been having that there was something in fact sent to the city, but prior to that communication, I don't know, what the details of that communication are or were. So at the same time, I understand Councilperson Watanabe's concerns, but again, I've asked this question several times. If the city does know about communications or issues that we could discuss or should discuss or potentially take action on, I would like to know if that is true. But at the same time, I see no drawback in having a full meeting with the potential that we would have to redo it, which it sounds like either way we would have the discussion, but in one case we would have more capability than the other.
Mayor, if I may ask,
I need to end this because we need to just vote on this and move on, please. Go ahead, Councilmember Watanabe.
Could Councilmember Park, I'm going to ask Councilmember Park to please read the email or message that he received from Robert Rubin into the record, please.
I don't have a message. I have a phone call, and the phone conversation was that there is something that does in fact potentially bear decision, need action. And again, I said I don't want to know what the details are because that is not what I think we should have discussions on outside, but that is all that there is.
And concerned that this communication is inappropriate, especially since it's relative to the pending litigation that we are going to.
Thank you, Councilmember Watanabe. Councilmember Becker, and then I'm going to call for the question. Councilmember Becker?
Yeah, sorry about that. So yeah, I mean, it is kind of concerning about that council's calling. I mean, that's why I kind of want to be in closed session, because then we can ask questions to the city attorney about this. Is there any updates? Is there something that's happened? Because that does concern me. I mean, if maybe the city attorney was contacted and maybe he can't discuss it personally right now because we're not in closed session. So that's why I really feel that maybe we should be discussing anything right now in closed session about this case, because this really bothers me that we keep talking about this.
Okay, Councilmember Becker, is that it?
Yes, sorry about that, Mayor.
Oh, thank you. Okay, so I'm going to call for the question. Assistant City Clerk, can you just read the motion, the most latest motion, please?
Most recent or latest is continue with the closed session discussion tonight and renotice the regular agenda for tomorrow and closed session for any action. Is maker of the motion, is that okay?
Can I please add that we need to open the public meeting and continue it to the special meeting tomorrow night?
If that's what we need legally, that's fine.
Legally, I think we should do that. And then if anybody has any comments on any of that, they should be allowed to comment before you vote.
Okay, I added and open public hearing item and continue to tomorrow.
Okay.
Sorry, Nora. This is Hossam. Can you reread the motion? It sounded similar to the first motion that failed, and you can't take a action on a motion that already failed, but I may have misheard it. Can you please read it again?
Yes, continue with the closed session discussion tonight and renotice the regular agenda for tomorrow and close session for any action and open public hearing item this evening and continue to tomorrow.
Can I just have a clarification? Because I understood that the motion and the part I objected to was action in closed session, any action on this item. Vice Mayor, did you have?
Yeah, that was what gave me pause also, because I don't know why the action part was in there. That was not in the motion that I made.
Do you have an action element of your motion, Vice Mayor?
If we want to take action tonight, I would like to be able to, and then to ratify it, if that's the correct term, tomorrow. I would like to do the closed session tonight.
I'm sorry, this is Hassam. I don't know what that means when you say you're going to take action tonight and ratify it tomorrow. You either take action or you don't. So, I mean, if you take action to put it on consent calendar for tomorrow, then you would approve it in consent calendar. But if you took an action tonight, I don't understand what ratifying it tomorrow means. You took action on it tonight. So either you take action or you don't, unless you're taking action to put it on consent calendar. But
perhaps I can suggest something.
Thank you.
Have the closed session item tonight and consider whether or not you want to take action on it. That way I could explain what the pitfalls of possibly taking action might be in the closed session.
Thank you. That with a possible action. Thank you, Council. I appreciate that. Is that in the motion now, Nora?
Continue the closed session discussion tonight and consider to take action tonight and renotice the regular agenda for tomorrow. Open public hearing item this evening and continue to tomorrow.
And it should read consider whether to take action.
Weather. Got it.
Thank you, Council. Yes. I hope the second of the motion feels comfortable with that.
Yes, I do.
And sorry, one more clarification question. There was a comment that the first item on closed session that was originally agendized for tonight could be postponed. Is that something that you will want to hear tonight, Karen, or Councilmember Hardy, or are you pushing that to tomorrow as well?
When we call the item in closed session, we can just continue it to tomorrow night.
Exactly.
Thank you. Thank you.
Okay. Here we go. Councilmember Watanabe.
As stated before, because knowing that the plaintiff's attorney is contacting our council, my vote is no.
Councilmember Shahal.
Yes.
Councilmember Hardy.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Hardy.
No problem. Yes.
Councilmember Park.
Yes.
Councilmember Jane.
Yes.
Councilmember Becker.
Yes.
Mayor Gilmore.
I'm voting no, and for the record, I'd like to say based on the fact that there's an action element to this and the meeting wasn't properly noticed. And that motion passes 5-2. So now we are going to adjourn to close.
Did we check if there was any comment on that? Was there any public comment?
Are we able to get any public comment?
I don't know, but we did have the concern of whether or not, because we did open a public meeting and continue it, and I just want to make sure that there's no one here that wanted to speak on it.
I'm not able to see any public, so. Anybody that can see the public? City Clerk?
I'm asking Derek if he can see any public. Just a moment.
Nora, can you check your email as well?
Yes, I am checking my email. And I do have a Ben Cooley says to answer what the attorney Doyle is asking from the outside, Santa Clara ca.gov is redirecting to a Granicus error page. https santaclara.legistar.com is still resolving, so you can bring up information if you know the direct link to the calendar. Zoom and agendas are available if you have access to the calendar. Also, just a comment on the terms ratification versus consent calendar. Ratification sounds more like we decided this and we'd have to go back and undo if the new public comment change our mind versus we are making preliminary decisions that will be actually adopted tomorrow, which is just pausing all issues at the public comment part of the motions essentially. If the intent is not to take those actions till tomorrow, that should be clear. And any action which has effect before tomorrow's meeting needs to be clear. End of comment. Next comment is from Ken Kratz. I forgot to add, continue the meeting to tomorrow if that is enough public notice. End of comment. Comment from Wesley Mukuyama. My name is Wes Mukuyama, resident. I am able to get on the Zoom video, but cannot open audio to transmit. If we can meet, I would like to comment. Need a closed session. I would like to comment on what should happen in regards to appellant 6 districts. End of comment. New comment from Genevieve Beaver Rogers. I am the homeowner at 688 Monroe Street on agenda item 3N. Similar to the owners at 1176 Lincoln Street, our item has to be approved by the end of the calendar year in order to move on the next steps. Could you please confirm this will be reviewed tomorrow? End of comments on the email side. Oh, another one just came in. Anthony Carneseca, his comment is, can you please confirm that item 3L will be reviewed tomorrow? End of comment.
That it?
That's it.
Okay. Let's adjourn to closed session.
Good evening, everyone. This is Assistant City Clerk Nora Pimentel. Just with a little update, the council is still in closed session. If you are on the line and still waiting to see when they're going to come out, we still don't know what time they will be out, but just in case you missed the motion taken earlier, this meeting has been renoticed for tomorrow evening at 7:30, so all items will be continued to be heard tomorrow at 7:30. Once they come out from closed session, they'll come out. If there's any action that was taken, it will be announced, and they will open up one item, which is item number 5, the annual performance evaluation report, the CAPER, just to continue the item because it is a public hearing, and it'll be continued to tomorrow's meeting. Thank you very much.
Okay, City Clerk, am I okay to start?
Yes, Mayor, you are live.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, and thank everybody who's was bearing with us for this long period of time. I'd like to call the meeting to order. So we're going to go straight into, because of the lateness of the hour, reports of action taken in closed session. City Attorney. Are you on, City Attorney?
He's muted. Brian, can you unmute yourself?
City Attorney?
Yes,
Okay. Reports of
here.
action taken in closed session?
Council took no reportable action in closed session.
Thank you. So we have continued the majority of the meeting. I'm going to item number 5, which is the public hearing, consolidated annual performance and evaluation report, the CAPER. I'd like to open the public hearing and ask if there's a motion to continue this item until tomorrow at 7:30. That would be Tuesday, December 16th at 7:30 p.m. Is there a motion?
So moved.
Second.
Correction, it would be Wednesday.
I'm sorry.
Today, later today? No. No, it's still before midnight, right? Yeah.
I'm really sorry, everyone. Wednesday, December 16th, 2020 at 7:30 p.m. So I'm sorry, who made the motion?
Councilmember Park did, and I'll second it.
Okay, Councilmember Park, followed by, seconded by Vice Mayor Hardy. Is there any member of the public that would like to comment on this item?
No members of the public have their hands raised. Mayor.
Okay, thank you. So a roll call vote, please, Assistant City Clerk.
Councilmember Watanabe,
Yes.
Councilmember Shahal,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Hardy,
Yes.
Councilmember Park,
Yes.
Councilmember Jane,
Yes.
Councilmember Becker,
Yes.
and Mayor Gilmore.
Yes. Thank you, and that passes unanimously. I'm going to ask for a motion to adjourn. I have quite a few adjournments. I'm going to save them because they're very special until tomorrow evening. So is there a motion to adjourn this meeting?
Motion to adjourn.
Second.
Motion by Councilmember Watanabe, second by Councilmember Becker. May I please have a roll call vote?
Councilmember Watanabe,
Yes.
Councilmember Shahal,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Hardy,
Yes.
Councilmember Park,
Yes.
Councilmember Jane,
Yes.
Councilmember Becker. Councilmember Becker,
Yes.
Mayor Gilmore.
Yes, and that passes unanimously. This meeting's adjourned. Thank you, everyone.